So, good morning everybody, my name is Ose. It's early Monday morning on a New Year's Eve. I'm playing ATS. I'm currently down near the Grand Canyon and plans are to head up to Oregon. And we'll see what we have available. And I've nearly maxed out my hazmat abilities, so we can drag an awful lot of interesting stuff around. Now, I've got a couple of plans. The idea is to end up somewhere around Portland, right there. And we'll do it in a number of trips. I've got 3 stops in California I haven't done yet, 3 stops in Nevada I haven't done yet. I'll make that 4. But we'll pick up some interesting loads and see where we end up. What's that one? Clifton and San Simeon. I also plan to buy a garage in Flagstaff because we kind of need that. Oh, okay. Because I've got nothing down here. I've got a garage up in Reno and one in Portland. So I'd like one down here so that we've got a base to explore New Mexico later. So, what are these? Clifton or San Simeon? Failing that, we're heading out. Did I see any of those? No. Okay. Kingsman, Phoenix, Albuquerque, Tucson, Albuquerque, Tucson, Clifton. Was that one of them? Well, it's not exactly in the direction we want to head, but it's somewhere. And it's diesel. We've never done that before. So, let's roll. It's not here. I've already run a couple of trips today before starting this stream. And we are playing on the multiplayer server. I do have Discord active. If anyone wants to stop by, talk, join in, you are welcome. And I'll repeat that message later as well. We're not quite at the Grand Canyon, but close enough. My family and I did a road trip from Los Angeles to Dallas and back again, and we did make a detour up to visit the Grand Canyon. And we're driving up there, and it's not far away, and my mum says, so why can't we see it? Well, Grand Canyon's kind of a big hole in the ground, and you don't get to see it as you're driving up to it, unlike mountains. We sort of said, because it's a hole in the ground. Oh, yeah. Expecting a bump there. So, there's our target. I should probably have done that the other way, because I'm not going to get the truck all the way around in that area. There we go. reverse. Okay, let's try not to blow this up. And yeah. It's the thing with American trailers, you tend to have to line them up directly or you don't hit the hitch right. Should slip in. Bing, there we go. That'll do. Oh, let's turn that off and try that again. Oops. I also wanted to check. No, those aren't on. Turn those on. No. No. Let's roll. So, how far are we going? 420 miles with... don't know. Oh, careful. That's a long freaking trailer. So, we're in Page and we're heading out to somewhere in East Arizona. I believe there's two main routes across Arizona. The southern one is the 10 and the northern one is the 20. We travelled down the 20 and I believe we stopped over in Flagstaff. I can't remember. But wherever it was, the hotel was directly opposite the railroad line. And that was a bad plan. Because you had the trains coming through on the horn all night while you're trying to sleep in a hotel. Not only that, I think we managed that 2 or 3 times that we drove through Flagstaff between Los Angeles and Texas. Is this, I don't know, I mean when we do road trips it's not like we plan to end up at the same place every time. It's just that, you know, distance and the time you leave, you always end up in the same place at the same time. Maybe it was somewhere in New Mexico we stopped. I can't remember. It was a long time ago. We turn left here. And this takes us straight to Flagstaff. So I'm driving the small tank Volvo. I can upgrade it to a 300 litre or gallon tank, but only as a 6x2 or a 6x2 mid-lift. I'm going to wait till I get the 4-wheel 6x4 before I upgrade the chassis. Running 600 horsepower engine with an 18-speed automatic gearbox because I don't have a manual shifter. Still struggling. What's the weight of this load? 36,000 pounds of diesel. Cool. I didn't even pay attention to where we were taking it, or who the recipient was going to be, should I say. So 7 hours, that's about 17.5 minutes real-time drive time. I probably don't need to, but I'll probably take a refueling stop in Flagstaff as well. I think it looks like I've got about 540 miles of diesel on board. Once again, the server's quiet, but I have seen 4 people this morning. A pair of them running looked like a convoy. And then one of them was trying to make a really difficult drop off at Walbert. So 90 degree, closest to the wall you can get it, with a trailer parked in the next bay over. He wasn't doing too bad. But since I wanted that trailer, I nipped in and pulled that out. Gave him a bit more space. Gas stop just up ahead. Give it a skip and wait till I get to Flagstaff. Must admit, this does feel very fast. Because I spent so much of my recent mileage in California, where you're only allowed to do 55 in a truck. Server caps the speed at 65, at least when you're hauling. Sun's rising behind us, and it's Saturday again. Doesn't it? I haven't done the math to figure out when the days and nights are happening. Obviously, an hour is 2.5 real-time minutes. So every day-night cycle is 12 times 2.5, 24.5, 30 minutes. So you're driving in daylight for 30 minutes and darkness for 30 minutes. And every... oh, hello, speed dropped off really quick. And then obviously every 7 hours is 1 week. Okay, where do we want to go here? I want a gas station, which is not on the left. I want to turn right here. Left here, that's a repair bay to the left. We do right, we don't need that. Don't need that. Oh, the vehicle garage is round the back there. Okay. I'll go round. I'm not fussed. Oh, gas station is at the far end. We can keep going straight and then come back, I guess. No, I'm not turning right here. Turning right at the next one. Stop. And don't wrap it around the fire hydrant. And then straight ahead for the gas station. Oops. Great, make the red. Oh, fun time, we have to do a U-turn. That's a long trailer. That's a really long trailer. Yeah, not even half a tank. Okay. Oh, that is a really long trailer. I can reverse that and go down the left-hand side. Very, very careful. Ouch. I think I got stuck on something. No, I didn't. Yes, I did. go with that. Drive through the front. How are we doing at the back? Everybody's good, and there's nobody around. I'll make a quick detour to the depot. Which I believe is the left turn here. Okay, where's the garage? Oh, street market. Cool. Get back in the truck and drive before anybody notices. Okay, here we are. Good. This garage is available for sale. This bank is available to lend me money. One. Yes. Two. Yes. Escape. Drive. Oh, well, regrettably, I cannot afford to buy. Yes, of course. I need the money before I hit the green thing. Come on. There we go. Okay, now I can put... Oh, come on. Engage. Go. And press enter. Do I want to buy this garage? Absolutely. Okay, we have a base of operations in Flagstaff. Back in the truck and back it up. Oops. Yeah, let's go forwards. Cancel the hazards and drive. Okay, next stop, Eastern Arizona. Uh, 25-mile-an-hour speed limit in Flagstaff. And a red light. Doopy-doopy-doo. Yeah, I'm the only one here. Oh, and a train coming. Oh, thank you, red light. Guess you're not synchronized with the train crossing. Which you probably should be. Well, no, green light would be... Light should have turned green before the train went through. Before the red light started flashing, because... sometimes you end up with idiots sat on the crossing. traffic signal should turn green to empty that queue before the train signal or the train barriers come down. To lessen the risk of trains hitting stationary vehicles that didn't have their brains plugged in. Okay, and we can push this back up to 65. Albuquerque. I believe Thursday is supposed to be multiplayer ATS. And we'll be starting out again in Portland, so I need to end up, that's why I need to end up back up there. It's a long trip. I might as well maximize my income as well as what else? Income as well as experience. That's what I was going to say. So if we're lucky, we might be able to get both of these towns in before we head west and north. That'll be fun. I think that might put us on a completion for Arizona at that point. This multiplayer profile is actually very old. Pretty much started ATS, played multiplayer, then got ETS 2 and spent a lot more time in ETS 2, so I kind of stopped playing ATS for a while. So I've had the account for a long, or the profile for a long time, it just hasn't been very far. I think I've picked up more ATS multiplayer miles than I have solo miles. And completely opposite on ETS. ETS. I didn't actually bother playing ETS 2 multiplayer until Arthur and the group got into ETS about a month ago. So the ETS profile is very young. I've been a lot of places on the ETS 2 single player. I nearly finished Italy on it, I think, which is, I don't think, multiplayer, I haven't even been into Italy yet. Oops, coming off here, oops. Come on, little truck. Oh, took that a bit wide. So 35 miles an hour through town and a red light. 66, okay. Oh, I'm 25 miles an hour. And red light again. Another train. This one with cars on the back. Come on. My turn. Please don't come down. Please don't come down. Open road again, 65. So yeah, this is pretty much how I remember Arizona. Wide open flat with mountains in the distance. And better mileage than you get in California because you're at a higher altitude. Speed ahead. More reduced speed ahead. Why do you want me to turn left here and then... Why can't I go straight up to the crossroads? Why can't I go and investigate that recruitment agent? I think I'll do that. Oh, hello tractor. Is it not a recruiting agency? Oh darn. I thought it was. Oh well. I suppose I should have noticed that the road was yellow, so I've already ridden down it once. But more places to explore. And we're going up this side and then round to right. Well, I suppose right turns are easier. I'll obey the street signs, why not? Then we'll try not to knock them over. I guess the stream does say sightseeing, so welcome to the sights of Sholo. UPS truck. Can't make out the lights yet. I guess it doesn't matter. Actually, that looks green. As long as I stay under 35. And too late to just stop. $65. Let's go. Okay, we have 3 more hours of driving, 7.5 minutes, real time. We're losing the lane. Whoa. Is that a plane or a bird? If that was a plane, it was very low flying. Yep. Woo. Hello? Dude, I think that's an illegal height. Unless you are actually in the process of spraying crops. In which case you'll get an FAA dispensation to fly at low level. Oh, but I believe the legal limit is 500 feet above ground level. Not 20 feet above my truck. Keep signaling early. Nice little church. And road keeps going. Me and my speed. Oops. Still speed. really picturesque route, which goes downhill a lot and then uphill the other side. It's just a sharp bend. Yeah. If I remember rightly, it's steeper up the other side than it is down this side. Oh, speed limit 40, thank you. Down to 35. Because there's houses and people. Nice house. Nice car. And they're on propane. Oh, now it gets interesting. And we've made it up to 35. Do 65 and back down to 40. Yay. Good grief. Surprised there's not a cop with a speed camera. Remember what the button is to turn the retarder on. It's not that. Not that. We seem to be coasting fine, except we're back down to 35. There are some far more interesting roads once you get off highways. Sort of roads I'd look for when I used to ride a motorbike. They don't do that anymore. Still 35, okay. But we're nearly where do we go into? So that's a good thing. And if we're lucky, we'll have a trip to the next town over. If we're really lucky with something interesting to haul. Horrible hill. Come on, truck. This is why I went with the four-wheel drive. 6x4. Got a little bit more traction on these hills, although it does use up more diesel, in theory. Oh, what's this? 40. Yay. And what's that? 35 again? Oh, what a surprise. Copper mine. They should have a delivery point here. You can drop off tractors or diggers, excavators, and pick up shale or whatever. Looks like we're almost where we are. Where we going? Let's see if we can deliver this diesel without breaking anything. Been a good trip so far. Ooh, tunnel. I think the interesting part of this route is between here and the next place down. That says something. It says. It's probably quite an old tunnel. This day and age they usually finish them off. Oh, cool. Hello. Is this part of the copper mine? Oh, there we go. No, this is the copper mine. This is where you do your deliveries. Well, obviously they need a tank of diesel to refuel those big giant trucks of theirs. The size of a 10-story house. Oh, down to 25. Careful. To donk it on the tunnel mouth. Clifton discovered. Yay, we are at Clifton. Hi guys, where do you want this thing? Ouch, ouch. Looks like over here. And it looks like we've got a whole load of stuff to haul away. Assume we're putting it right over there, and those big giant trucks there are what we're delivering this for. Okay, swing this load around. do this from overhead. Oh, I missed that entirely. Let's all try that one again. Straighten that up a bit. Hold it around. Hi dude, got your heavy diesel oil. Doop. Yay, from Page to Clifton. Has a class 3. Extra experience, cool. So, we did that. Another external contract, and it would be nice if we could get to San Simeon. Las Cruces. Doesn't look like we're going to San Simeon by... Okay, let's try a freight market job. There's nothing here. In that case, let's go free roam to San Simeon. Oh, we could do Las Cruces. That'll take us through. Okay. That's a double. That's Silica. That's not going to the same place. Okay. We'll take the double. It's got to be around here somewhere. Your trailer is ready. Proceed to the load. Oh wait, we're actually loading it here. No, we're not. Okay. Let's drive then. Bridge. Hi, good dude. So that's cool. Now we get to drive a double. I've done that. We'll actually go into New Mexico for our first time ever. And I should probably stay in lane and stay in the speed limit. Pull into this service area and get the truck looked at. Since I'm running light anyway. As good as time as any. Okay, just up here on the corner. Turn on the right and the garage. Oh, 25. We are doing that. Good. So this should be the service area. So what have we got? Servicing, repair the truck. Stuff we can put on our truck, so nope. So level 18, I don't think I'm far from that. 600 horsepower engine. Oh, we got new gearbox at 18 as well. That'll be fun, maybe. So I've got a bunch of new paint schemes available, and more going up to 23. I'm going to keep with the putrid green, because why not? Bumper. Yeah, okay, I'll go with that. What else can I do? I think I can... No, is it the hub? No. That, no, that. Premium chrome. Yeah, okay, we'll go with that. And let's check the back. No, hang on. Go back to there. Oh, hub cover, premium chrome. Okay, done. We'll go progress chrome. Why not? And hub cover, premium chrome Volvo. Do that one the same, progress chrome, premium chrome Volvo. What's that let me do? No. And I think I'll check the front wheel too. We'll go progress chrome on that, and the Volvo premium chrome cover. Confirm order 3,500. Anything else we can do here? We've got the lights. We've got the roof lights. Don't think there's any more options apart from the light. Nope. Okay, we're done. Shiny bumper. Very shiny wheels. Yay. Cool. Start the engine, let's go fetch our load. Do I need to turn the lights back on? Yes. Do I need to wreck the tyres going over the curb? Oh no. So, out here turn right, nobody coming. That's the thing, the ETS2 has far more options for stuff, and you've also got the spruce up package for the DAF and the Scania, which it would be nice to see for other trucks in ETS2, but you've got nothing like that in ATS. want to make my truck pretty. Keep the horrible green colour, because... good morning, Magnum. How you doing? Somewhere here. Right about in there. And it looks like... round the back. A random guess on where the trailer's hiding. Yes, I'm heading to Oregon from Page via eastern Arizona today. So let's take a look out the left. Oh, look, there's my trailer. Lovely. Goodness me. Okay. Let's take a look at this. We can... Okay, if I back it up, I'll take it wider through that no parking area in front of that bay. And try not to hit the forklift while I'm at it. Ooh, that's a bit close. Sorry, dude. And then we'll rack it all the way over. Ooh. How's that? Oh, I've still got a couple of feet to go. And stop. And there's the trailer. Cool. Sounds good. Money-making opportunities. Weep. Gauge front, yeah. So, 2 tricky loads in a row. Last one was a 40-foot diesel tank, and this time we're hauling a double. And let's stop here for a sec and bring up the map. Oh. We're not going to go to San Simeon this time, but if we... let's do that. I'll make sure we go to San Simeon on the way. That kills 2 birds with 1 stone, and when we still could do another New Mexico visit. But it's unlikely I'll be down this way again for a long time. Well, as with everything, yes, it takes a while. I mean, how long's Arthur been doing YouTube and Twitch, and he's still really just getting going. Me, I'm just starting out, so this is still a hobby. Although my wife approves, because there's potential to make money eventually. Although we're going to have to figure out an internet thing, because I actually managed to hit my goal this month, which was to blow through our data limit, because they give us 2 free blow through your data allowance in 1 year. I want to know if it resets on the 1st of January. So I figured if we blow through it in December, it gives us an idea of, it'll give us the information we need about if the limit is based on January to December, or whether it's 12 months from the first time you break your data limit. And we've slowly been increasing the amount of data we use every month since I started streaming. Obviously this month's quite a heavy month because I'm not working, and while I work from home I don't use a vast amount of data while I'm working. I don't think World of Warships doesn't use that much data either. I think mostly it's the streaming that creates data, especially with the sort of 50 frames a second that I'm pushing up. Okay, we'll go 50 for now. But it's also going to give me a clue on how much data we use on a heavy month, because the way they do it is I think they charge us $10 extra for another 50 gigabytes of data, or you can just pay them $50 up front and get unlimited. So I'd like to know whether I've got to keep an eye on it and determine at what point do we just say, to heck with it, we'll pay $50 a month and go unlimited. Or if we're only going over by 10-20 gigabytes, then paying the $10 a month extra is acceptable for now. Oh, this looks kind of dodgy. What's happening here? Yeah, I thought so. Yeah. From a distance it kind of looks straight, but that kink in the road kind of gives it away a bit. So is this where we turn right for San Simeon and then welcome to New Mexico? Well, 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 here we are. Hello, Mr. Policeman. Yeah, this looks like where I do the crazy let's turn right, visit San Simeon, turn around and go to New Mexico. Another railway crossing. Ugh. Well, it looks like we get highway from here on out, which is a good deal. So this will be fun. Should get another sign saying welcome to Arizona again. Oh, you didn't just give me that. Yay, welcome to Arizona. Come and weigh your truck. We go. It's the last day of December today, isn't it? Yes. Good. Now, if I'm lucky, I can just come off this exit, turn around and go back the way we came. Otherwise, we'll have to drive into San Simeon and turn it around. See what happens. Come on, give me the sign. No, we're going to have to go into town. There we go, we're here. And we have visited Arizona in its entirety. So, yay, achievement. Yeah, it's kind of a sort of just a delay thing as opposed to a papers, please. Okay, I believe I want to hang a left up here. Las Cruces. Yes, that's where we're going. Oh, this is much easier to drive than the 40-foot diesel trailer. In the back of this one. Let's go. Oh, empty pallets. 43,000 pounds of empty pallets. Good grief. I must admit, the way station we have down the highway from where we live, when it's open, all the trucks have to pull in. And then once you get into the exit lane, it'll tell you if they, they'll obviously get an in-cab signal of whether they have to stop or whether they can just drive through, but all of them have to drive through, which is I'm guessing a real pain, because you're down to 15 to 25 miles an hour for half a mile before you rejoin the highway. And I'm guessing truckers really don't like doing that with great regularity. At least in game, you can bypass it or stop based on the instruction you receive. If you have to stop, well, have to stop, but chances are you'll barrel through some of them and don't have to slow down even. Okay, we are motoring into New Mexico. I think we're back in New Mexico already, aren't we? I missed the sign. Oh, come on. Really, again? Oh, this is new. Oh, and the guy's on the left instead of on the right. Thank you. Oh, that's the truck as well. Yeah, but we're now in the newest DLC. And I think, is New Mexico the newest DLC? No, Oregon's the newest. New Mexico was the previous one, but I just bought it in the Christmas sale. So, yeah, haven't been here before yet. And we're less than 5 minutes from our destination. Oh! I hate those. Because it's not the entire event that's there, just the cones and usually a cop on a bike or a couple of people standing around on the highway. Ordinarily, there'd be a truck pulled over at the side of the road or a car on fire or something like that that you can see from a distance and thus have warning. Anyway, we had 70 miles to wherever it is we're going. Gas station and services. Ow. That's a nice addition to the long distance. Is the just off the highway services. Sometimes places like Nevada and Arizona, you're just driving for miles. It's sort of, I need gas, I need gas. Yeah. Not gonna find any. Another gas and rest stop ahead. That looks like a dedicated to the other lane though. Oh, we're on the 10. I've never been on the 10 in real life. We did the 20. Oh yeah, that can happen. There is a nasty bend just down from where we live on the highway. The highway divides, there's a set of trees in the middle of it, and or between the lanes, and if you're going westbound you go under the railway, and if you're going eastbound you go over the railway. And to get over the railway there is a sharp right turn and then a sharp left turn, and the number of cars that come, or cars and trucks that come through there and just keep going straight it's ridiculous. Now from what I understand there are plans to turn the highway into 3 lanes, and there's no way they can do that as 3 lanes with the junction as it stands, so I assume they're going to take the trees down and redevelop that whole area so that the highway just goes over the train tracks, and that they straighten out that S-bend on the highway, because I mean you're talking at least an accident a month, if not 2 or 3. And it's not because the road's slippery. They've actually put high traction road surface down so that people aren't skidding off into, you know, the ground between. Okay, we are here. Oh, and speed limit, and traffic signals. Oh, horizontal signals. Yes, haven't seen those for years. Popular in Texas. .98 degrees. Is there a road sign I missed or something? And this is the end of the street, so we're turning left here. We've still got half a tank left. And good morning, Adam. How are you this day? Oh, here we go. My turn? Yay, my turn. Speed limit 35, yeah. And we want to go straight across this one. Oh, we got to wait. Oh, we don't have to wait, okay. I was expecting the left filter to be before the crossway. It looks like a big place, so there could be a bunch of stuff to pick up from. Okay, left filters go, and there's nobody coming the other way. where the entrance is. I've got automatically select parking on, so I don't get the little green icon at the gate that you have to stop at and select where you want to park. So it's a little more tricky figuring out where your entrance is, but this looks like a good place to drive in. Ow. Ow. And ding. One delivery. How are we doing? 490. So another 2,000 experience. We'll probably rack that up before we get back to Oregon. Job market, external contracts. We are now in there. We've done all of that. So we kind of want to head back to California with something interesting. A load of tires. That's not going far. Christmas socks. I have actually completed all the Christmas deliveries. That's an option. How much do you get paid for that? 6,000? Let's look for an interesting load that's going west. What the heck is that? A mobile barrier. Well, that sounds interesting, and it's straight back down the 10. Okay. Has potential. Tires. What's that mean? Articulate. Oh, double trailer. Okay. Rolled rollers. Mobile barrier to Raton. I don't want to go deeper into New Mexico. Not now. We kind of want to head north and west. Oh, that's up to Page. Been there recently. I think that's up there. Yeah, I don't kind of want to go up there because you have to come south from there. Electronic components. Oh, cables. Okay, I think we'll go to whatever we have selected. Tucson, Arizona with a big giant mobile barrier thing. Not done that before. Your trailer is ready. Proceed to the delivery area. Okay. And if we're lucky, we can do a U-turn here. Nothing to get in our way. Yep. And our trailer magically vanished. So front, nobody coming, turn right. Let's go find our mobile barrier. Do I need diesel? We might as well. I don't need it right now, but it's no sign that says I can't go in this way, so we're going in this way. Still only 100 gallons. Ding. Still nobody around, so let's go find our mobile barrier. It's going to be interesting to see what it looks like. I haven't delivered anything like this either. We're through these lights and then right at the next. Oh no 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 no. Good. Straight across here and right at these lights. Okay. Somebody else around. TBK Transportation. He's just up ahead on the left. Oh, he's in the garage. Yeah, I'm not buying this one. I'd like to repay the loan first. So we need to be over here. And left turn lane. Squeak. My turn. Well, it could be that the roads are sensitive to who's waiting to. No, I have to go in here. There we go. The roads are sensitive to who's at the lights. Okay, where's my big mobile barrier thing? Oh, it's good grief. That's, yeah, that's big. And you expect me to get that out of here? Okay. I think I want to reverse into that gap behind me. Okay, this is going to be a challenge. I have a feeling. Because this is a tight area. And that is a really long load. And there's that big air conditioning duct in the way. Good grief. Okay then. Oops. Well, that helps. So, let's turn that off and that off. And we have to get that out there. So let's see how this works. I'm going to do this from a slightly overhead view. And pull all the way this way. All the way that way. And I am gonna... That's a good start. Now I want to go out right. That's helpful. How are we doing? Actually, not so bad. Okay. Now I do believe there's a dude over there. I'm guessing he's taking whatever he's got into that area. So, what does that back of my truck say? Oversized load. It does not have any blinky lights on the back. Okay. Well, we're rolling. Fortunately, highway. I'm not sure the trip is going to be interesting because we're now highway all the way back to Tucson. Yeah, all the way back to Tucson, Highway 10. What's going to be interesting is manoeuvring around Tucson with this load. Okay, turn signal on, and we're allowed to turn right. Not sure I'm allowed to turn right with a wide load or with a long, big, giant, loady thing, but we'll have a go. Sure isn't heavy. That's a thing. Oh no. 438 pounds. Yeah, not heavy at all. It's just long and unwieldy. And whoever parked that in that spot, hats off to him. He did a very fine job. Yes, I've got my beacons on at the front. How do I see those? I zoom in. So I've got my beacons on at the front, and ordinarily an oversized load would have beacons somewhere at the back as well. I'm going to get back in because I'm losing control. If you haul something like a yacht or a low loader with a railway locomotive on it, the low loaders tend to have a beacon on the back of the trailer to warn people from the rear, and then you've got your beacons at the front to warn the guys from the front. Yeah, I think so too. Although technically I think I should have an oversized load banner on the front of my truck. And possibly even an escort. Although no, I don't think I need an escort because it's not a high load or a wide load. It's just a very, very long load. So not a professional trucker, so I don't know the full details. Definitely going to have a closer look at the trailer when we get to the other end though, if I remember. So how far back to Tucson? 213 miles. Awesome. But there's no speed plate on the back, so I'm assuming 65 is okay. So yeah, I'm guessing that guy who was waiting for me to come out was actually doing a drop-off in that location. Which is why he was waiting for me to get that thing out, or this load out. Attention to where you're driving. The battles of don't drink and drive and stay hydrated while you're streaming. So, Arizona done. Yeah, I had the potential going from where we were just at, to go north to the 20 and then back along through Flagstaff and Phoenix, which is why I visited San Simeon before we left Arizona. And then again, I don't really want to haul this load into San Simeon just for a visit, so probably a good job I did San Simeon with the shorter doubles. I wonder if the way station's going to have a stop again, because these two are so popular today. Yeah, I've driven the 20, I think, Los Angeles to Dallas and back, and then Los Angeles to Dallas one way while we were relocating. I never came down as far as the 10. And good morning, Decca. How you doing? Oh, of course. Jeez. He saw me coming, I'm sure. Yeah. Oh, it's you again. Hi, how you doing? Yeah, thank you. Can I go now? See ya. Yeah, I prefer not to fly unless I'm in the pilot seat, and since I never qualified as a pilot, it's not something I like to do too frequently, so I tend to drive everywhere. And we have done Eastern Ohio to Los Angeles via, where is it? St. Louis, Kansas City, Denver, and then down through Las Vegas to Los Angeles. We also did, as I said, the Los Angeles to Dallas a few times, and then Dallas to Ann Arbor. Probably about half a dozen times for me. My wife only did it the once. But obviously, from my accent, I'm from the UK, so in the UK you tend to either take the train everywhere or drive everywhere. And you take the train when it's a convenient point to point. So from where I lived, if I wanted to go to London, I'd take the train. But if I wanted to go somewhere else just outside London, it was easier to drive it. The really crazy thing was I lived in a major town in one county, and the major town in the next county over was 10 miles away. Except if you caught the bus, it went about 40 miles, took over an hour, and cost you more for a return ticket than it cost you in gas to drive your car 10 miles there and back, and park the car and pay for the parking. So completely pointless public transport service, considering it was supposed to be the express bus from Stansted to Heathrow. So you would expect it to stop in the major towns and to allow everybody else to do the sort of the provisional or the provincial local routes. But no, it did a direct to the town I lived in and then went round the houses for the next sort of what should be 10-mile trip to the next major town. And then after it left that major town, it did it was pretty much direct major towns only to the to Heathrow. Give me convenience. Oops. Sorry, reading text and driving. Yeah, it's I kind of like the LA to Dallas trip. I think the first time we did it, my parents were over from the UK visiting. We said we need to do a road trip because we're looking at houses in Dallas. So do you mind us taking a trip while you're here? And they said, well, we come to see you. So seeing more of America is a good thing. The only trouble we had was at one point trying to find gas. So my dad was navigating and we were reading a sort of 52 state atlas. And he's like, yeah, there's a little dot about 50 miles ahead. And we got to the little dot and it was a couple of shacks. And there was no gas station in sight. It's sort of, okay, find the next one. Maybe more than a little dot on the map. And we made it to the next gas stop, but it's sort of few and far between. Well, that's the thing. If you are in England, you are 2 hours from the nearest coast, so it's not like it's very far. Obviously, some of the longest trips you can do are sort of south of England to Scotland, where you're talking 400 miles, so it's going to take you a little under a day's worth of driving. But anywhere else, it's my thing, I lived near London, and if I was taking a weekend break because I just needed to get away, I just tell my boss, I'm taking the weekend away, I'm taking Monday off, and don't bother calling me because I'm not even sure I'm going to have a cell phone connection. And he'd be like, yep, fine, okay, because I'd cleared having the vacation. And I would get on the bike at 5 o'clock, and the plan was to be usually somewhere around North Wales, which was 270 miles away, before the pubs closed. So booked into the hotel and at the bar before last orders. And it wasn't a big challenge. 270 miles from, I guess, 5:30 by the time I got my my kit on and on the road. But that was good fun, because North Wales is a windy, bendy road all the way up once you leave England through the mountains. Fun motorcycle road. But yeah, typically I'll drive anywhere I can. I still want to do a train in America. We did, the first time I went to Dallas, I flew to Dallas because it was on company time. And looks like we're going in here. So I had to fly out of Burbank, and we lived just down in Simi Valley, and the railroad ran through Simi Valley and straight past the end of the Burbank airport. So I actually took the commuter train up to that morning. My wife dropped me off at the station in Simi Valley, and I just took the train out to Burbank. Coming home, not so easy, because I came home at the weekend and the train line doesn't run at the weekend, so my wife had to pick me up from Burbank. She was a little put out by that, because obviously she'd never been to Burbank before. Oops, come on. Gonna have to pull forwards and then reverse that in. So how does this look like? So it's not exactly a straight trailer. That's obvious. Okay. Oh no, I worked my first IT job for about 7 years, and then they kind of got to the point where they just assumed I was going to do sort of 12-hour days, and I said no, that's really not happening. And so I ended up quitting and became a consultant. And did I do some driving? There was one place I worked. It was 100 miles outside of London, and so it took about an hour and a half, and it was pretty straight hour and a half. And the reason I could guarantee it was an hour and a half was because I was going against the traffic, because everybody who lived further out than me was driving into London. And obviously I was heading out from London and then cross country to the job site. Okay, let's see if we can get to Carlsbad with something interesting. Well, let's see if we can get to Carlsbad. If we can't get to Carlsbad, let's see if we can get something interesting. So, California. California, Los Angeles, Oxnard, Clovis, New Mexico. Oh, that's the other way. Fresno, Elko, Lakeview, Medford. No. Okay. So we can't get to Carlsbad. Where else do we want to go? Tonopah, Ely. Ely? Elko. Where the heck's that? That's up there. That takes us. Oh, that takes us through two places, and it's gasoline. That sounds like fun. Okay, and it pays well. So. Heck, let's go with that. Oh yeah, yeah, that's a difference. There was one day I was coming home and I got on the highway, and about 2 miles outside of the town I was working in, there was a road accident. And I drove 13 miles on the other side, obviously, and I drove 13 miles at highway speeds, and the other lane, or the other carriageway, was stationary. And then about 6 miles in, there was another accident, because someone had obviously not figured out everybody was slowing down and stopping. And so that was in the middle of the 13-mile tailback. 13 miles before I saw a moving vehicle that was slowing down to join the end of the tailback. It's sort of, yeah, I'm glad I'm going the other way, because there isn't nearly as much traffic going my way as that way. But, although there was one night I was driving home. It was obviously late fall, and it was, by the time I got close to home, it was getting dark. I'm driving down the highway 60 miles an hour, and I see the reflection of something ahead of me, and it's sort of, and you start tingling, sort of, that doesn't look right and it doesn't feel right. And I moved over to the obviously driving on the left, I moved over to the left hand lane, and a car with no lights on the wrong side of the highway going the other way. It's sort of, that is scary. But yeah, that was my only near miss. But people going the wrong way on the highway, typically because they're drunk and they don't have their lights on because they forget. They drive at the speed limit and they drive in what they think is the slow lane because where is my trailer? I think I should have turned left back there, so we're going to have to do that here. No, not a confused tourist. Not at 6 o'clock at night. It's someone who's been out for a drink after work and completely, totally drunk. And it wasn't until a couple of years later, I was listening to talk radio in California. Whoops, forwards. And it was Christmas time. And so they had sort of guest talk show hosts, and this one happened to be have been a senior police officer. And he basically said, at this time of year, Christmas, New Year's, only move into the passing lane if you know it's safe to do so, you can see what's coming. Otherwise, stay in the right-hand lane. And the reason is because I assume that's mine down there, yes. People who are drunk are of very limited cognizant ability. So what they know is, I don't want to get caught by the cops. So I need to drive at the speed limit, so I'll drive in what they think is the right-hand lane, and I'll stick to the speed limit, and they forget things like turning their lights on. So you can be driving along at night on the highway, and someone will be oncoming traffic in the passing lane, as far as you're concerned, in the passing lane, and they think they're doing everything right. And he said, what brought it ahead for him? He's driving along. He'd sort of kind of putting it together, but he sort of, this seems to be, the case. Most of the accidents happen in, during holiday periods, and most of the accidents seem to happen with oncoming, wrong way drivers who are in the passing lane, basically heading towards cars that are going very, very fast. Oh, and oops, I think I scraped the paint off that. And so he's driving home with his wife, and he remembers this thought. And so he moves over to the right-hand lane. And literally, as he does, this dark car goes, roaring past on the, in the passing lane. No lights, nothing. And as he, the road itself is quite an undulating road, so you can't see that far ahead of you. But as he crests the next rise, there's cars all over the place. And, this guy's just driving down on the wrong side of the road in the passing lane. And, people are swerving to miss him. And it's surprising he hadn't had an accident before that point. But, be careful. This time of year, stay in the right-hand lane unless you're passing someone. Move out, pass them, move back in. Unless you can clearly see what's ahead of you. Because you're chancing death with idiots on the road these days. Well, idiots on the road, at this time of year. And the other thing is, don't drink and drive. Because you will kill people. You'll usually kill people and not yourself. And that's not a good thing to be doing either. So, lecture over. Okay, pilot's license. Let's talk about pilot's licenses. So, pilot's license, you have to fly for 40 hours as a trainee pilot. And of those 40 hours, 20 of them must be under direct tuition of an instructor. So you are in the pilot seat with an instructor in the co-pilot seat. Dual control airplane, typically. 10 hours must be solo. The other 10, whatever you need to do. So, sometime, it's probably going to be split between solo and instruction. So that's the base requirement. You then have to do at least one night flight with the instructor. So that has a duration of about 2 hours. So you have to fly for 2 hours with an instructor at night time. So we did the what was it? Camarillo to John Wayne, which means you end up flying over LAX at night time through the VFR corridor, which is a corridor that is given over to small light traffic, and you have the big wide-bodied jets flying underneath you until they cross the coast, and then they climb to flight. No, the traffic isn't turned off. I'm playing on the multiplayer server, which means they have no traffic. But there are other people out there. So anyway, so you've got a 2 hours night flight. You've then got, what do you get after the night flight? You have to do 2 cross-country trips, which involve I think it's one trip 50 miles each way, and then another trip that involves visiting 2 airfields that you're not flying out of, and one of the legs has to be 75 miles, I believe it is, something like that. And what I didn't know is your solo cross-country has to be, I believe it's 4 hours flying time total duration. That's engine start to engine stop. And I missed that by 6 minutes, which means if I wanted to complete my flight training, I would have to do another short cross-country trip. Cross-country trip, you do it with the instructor 1 week, and he signs you off for a single cross-country repeat cross-country trip the following weekend. So he takes you out the first day, and then the next week you get in the plane all by yourself and fly exactly the same trip. That's fun. First time the instructor let me go solo, it was sort of okay. We were flying circuits, so you're basically flying around the airfield, wheels on the ground, throttle up, take off and go round and repeat it again. So you're practicing landing effectively. and he says, okay, we're going to pull off this time, so come to a full stop. So I came to full stop, taxied over to close to the control tower, and he said, okay, I'm going to get out now, and you're going to fly a couple of circuits. So, oh, okay then. So I taxied back to the runway, did the power check again, and the plane went up like an elevator because it didn't have the instructor in it. Little one-engined aeroplanes don't have a lot of lift, but when you take everybody out, they take off even better. No. When you make a stop, you actually have to taxi off the runway. You don't necessarily have to wheel stop in the parking area. You just have to land, leave the runway, taxi round to the runway start, and then take off as well. So potentially you could stop. Now, what we did for our long cross country is we did the first one up to, I believe it was San Luis Obispo, and we stopped and we had a burger, and we refueled the aeroplane, and we got back in the aeroplane, took off, flew to another airfield close by, landed, taxied off the runway, went round, and then take off, and then returned back to Camarillo, which was our home base. So, yeah, the idea, you could potentially stop at both places, get out, stretch your legs, get back in the plane, take off again. But it's not a touch and go. And if I'd known there was a flight time requirement, I'd either have slowed the plane down, so instead of cruising at 95, I'd have cruised at 75. Or I'd have flown a couple of touch and goes when I got back to Camarillo before coming to full engine stop, because that would all have counted as cross country. But I didn't know, and it's sort of you're close because you kind of the instructors figured the flight out that if you do this one week and then you do this one a bit later, you're close enough to... What's this one doing? Am I supposed to come off here? Or keep going? No, looks like we're good. Oh, okay, we're good. So, the instructors kind of worked it out so that if you visit the two places, then it should be about a 4-hour trip. But the fact that I got home 6 minutes early meant that I didn't rack up 4 hours of engine run time. I mean, I could have sat at the edge of the runway and run the engine for 6 minutes and then turned it off, and it would all have counted as part of the cross-country trip. That's what's crazy about it. Okay, we're not going up there, we're going... not up that one, up this one. Whee. So yeah, 6 minutes short of the flight requirements for cross country. Everything else as far as flight, I completed. I actually ended up flying about 60 hours before I'd completed all of the requirements. The other part is you have to do a ground test, which at the time wasn't that difficult. And if I took that, technically I could, and a cross-country trip, technically I could be eligible for getting a private pilot's license. The problem is you have to persuade an instructor that you're competent enough to fly. And that usually involves a couple of hours in the cockpit with the instructor so that he gets to know what your skills are like. I haven't flown for 12 years, so that would also be a thing because I am obviously incredibly rusty when it comes to flying. And then So a couple of hours with an instructor. He's then got to sign off on me being able to fly solo, and I would have to do a few hours solo, and then we would have to book up a cross-country trip. Once I'd done a short cross-country trip with him, I'd then have to repeat it. I would have to do a night flight because I'm out of currency on that. You have to do a night flight. I think it's once every 2 years to keep what they call currency. Otherwise, you'd be unable to fly at night time. And then I could take the ground test and take the flight test and potentially get a private pilot's license. I figure that's probably at least 10 hours of flying, and it's a lot more expensive to fly today than it was 18 years ago, 15 years ago. 18 years ago, basically before crazy people put aeroplanes into the World Trade Center. So that kind of put paid to my flight school, because they grounded aviation for pleasure for 6 months, and that basically, with all the rentals and insurance and leasing the office and everything else, put my flight school out of business. And it did put a lot of other flight schools out of business as well. Yeah, the sort of the landing and stopping, you kind of have to stop anyway when you leave the runway. You when you radio the control tower, you'll either be saying, "Oh, come on, stop." I want permission to touch and go, which is basically put the wheels on the ground, pull the flaps in, and push the engine up to full power to take off. Or you want to come to a full stop. Now, technically, you're supposed to come onto the runway. I don't believe you have to stop on the runway, but you do have to come to a complete stop when you clear the runway. Because at some airfields, you're then coming from air traffic control to ground control. So air traffic control can give you permission to land on the runway and leave it. So as soon as you exit the runway, you have to come to a full stop. You'll then change frequency to ground control, and then you'll call up ground, or before you dial up ground control, you'll say, you'll thank air traffic control and say you're clear of the runway at B or C or whichever exit point you left the runway at, and then you'll radio up. They'll probably tell you, okay, call up ground control on such and such frequency. If you know what you're doing, you'll have ground control frequency dialed in already, so you'll switch your channel to ground control and then say, this is Cessna 1234 off the active at B, or at Bravo, permission to taxi to back to the runway, and they'll give you permission. You can then taxi back to the runway entrance. Then they'll tell you to call up air traffic control. You dial up air traffic control again and say, hey guys, I'm sat here at runway entrance, permission to take off northwest. And they'll give you clearance when the runway's clear, and you taxi out to the runway, full power, and off you go again. So you're coming to a stop as soon as you leave the runway, and you're usually queuing up to enter the runway. So that counts as a full stop. At least it does in my book. I think it does in theirs. How are we doing on diesel? We're doing fine. I have nowhere idea where I am. Whoa, this is a big thing on our right there. Wow, roundabout. Don't see many of those. Or a circle or whatever Americans call them. And a dry riverbed. Well, that's the thing. It has to be what they class as a cross-country. So I would have to fly to another airfield, land and return. And to classify as a cross-country, it has to be at least 50 miles out and back. And that's going to take you at least an hour. So, I mean, it's no big deal. It's just that, you know, I missed it by 6 minutes. I have to do that 6 minutes. And you can't do a cross-country in 6 minutes, not unless you're flying a Mach 2 jet. So, you know. Plus, to be fair, I mean, since I haven't flown for 18 years, it would, you know, it would be good practice anyway to fly from point A to point B and back again, because it's more airtime practice. I'd have to do it with the instructor and then solo the following week. Oops. Oops again. Sorry, texting and driving. But, yeah. But that would only qualify me for simple single prop airplanes. Once you've qualified on sort of a Piper or a Cessna or whatever else, there's multi-engine ratings where you fly a 2-engine plane. There's high power airplanes, which is an airplane with 1 or more engines over 200 horsepower. So I could fly an Archer, which is a 180 horsepower Piper, or a Cessna 172, which I believe is around about 180 horsepower, but I cannot fly a 200 horsepower until I get a high. You get high power engine rating. There is a twin-engined aeroplane which has twin 180s on it, so you can fly that without having the high power rating, just to get your twin rating. But for the most part, you tend to have to go for a high power single and then to a twin to get your multi-engine rating. Then you got complex aircraft, which once again, with simple aircraft, you've got fixed wheels. So there's the complex aircraft which have variable pitch propellers and retractable undercarriage, and each one takes a few more hours with an instructor. I think usually about 5 to 10 hours depending. You've got instrument flight, which is basically learning to fly when you can't see the ground. And for part of that, what the instructor will do is he'll put a sort of partial visor over your head so you can't see out the window, but you can see the instruments, and you're supposed to control the aeroplane by instruments alone. And that allows you to fly through clouds. Basic visual flying rules: you can't fly close to a cloud. Which means if there's solid cloud cover at 5,000 feet, you've got to stay about 4,500 or lower in order to be FAA compliant. And then the other thing with flying is it's a privilege, it's not a right. So if you screw up, you can lose your license and the authority to fly ever again. I mean, I know, I've talked to people who've had friends who were private pilots, and they said, this guy's a complete maniac. As soon as he gets into an aeroplane, it is dead straight. He does everything by the book. He checks the plane out. He does, he gives a briefing to his passengers. Everything is strictly by the book. As soon as he gets out the plane, he's a fun, crazy guy. But when he's behind the wheel, or before he gets behind the wheel of an aeroplane, he is dead serious from that point onwards, because it's a serious business. And it's also a lot of fun. Wow. Cool sunset. I think it's a sunset, yeah. And I can't see a darn thing. So let's turn that off. Don't think I can take a photo. No, you can't take a photo while you're driving fast. So let's... let's do that. There we go. Let's turn the side mirror back on. Yeah, sometimes you just have to take pictures of the scenery. Multiplayer, when there's nobody around, it's something you can get away with, at least briefly. Actually, that's one of the things I wanted to do. Kingman. We're still in Arizona then. Okay. I believe. Las Vegas ahead. Wow, good grief. That sun glare is quite impressive. Sometimes games like this get things right, and this is one of those times. Good grief. Good brakes. Well, adequate brakes. Oh, 25 miles an hour. Okay. Okay, where's this rest area? I think I'm going to pull over and check the map. Doing half a tank of gas. Rest area. We can pull in there. Okay, map. Zoom out. Oh, wait for it. We want to go. Take that one off. I'm guessing I want to come through there. Potentially. And we also want to call in at Ely. Come down there, down there. I'll put a marker there. How are we doing? 40.7. Then we'll get back on the road. So, since I've got those two places to visit, I might as well make sure that we visit them. Now, oh, come on. I didn't realise it was a divided highway. I didn't have to check who was behind me. Oh, there's another way station on the other side. Haha! Not stopping at you. There's probably another one half a mile down the road that I'm going to have to stop at though. Because that's how today's running. It looks like I stopped at that one before. This gets me 2 towns in Nevada, which means I only have one more to get. I'll see if we can swing by that one before we head up to Oregon. Where's the time? 10 to 10. So plans for today is we're going to Costco, because we're out of bulk stuff like salt for the water system, paper towels for the kitchen, bathroom, AA batteries because Christmas. And we're also planning to buy a bed because ours is old and needs to be replaced. So this afternoon will be a busy afternoon out of the house. But until then, well, until my wife gets up, I can drive trucks through America. I can drive imaginary trucks through America. My tonight's schedule is normal, 7 o'clock, World of Warships. And if anybody's around who wants to play World of Warships on Arthur's Discord channel, they can join me. Currently working through the lower tiers, finishing off the snowplate missions to get extra coal. Polished off the tier 2 and 3 premium ships over the weekend in co-op battles, some of which were very close to losing. But I'm now up to all the tier 5, 6s and 7s. I might have a couple of 4 premiums, I'm not sure. Have to stop at a gas station. I don't have to stop at a gas station. Got a third of a tank left. Oh, is that? Oh, aeroplane. That's probably heading into Las Vegas. Las Vegas is quite a sight. So driving through the desert and all of a sudden these huge buildings start appearing in the distance. When we did our cross-country trip from Ohio to California, we went through Vegas and we'd stopped at Denver. Oh no, we'd gone through Denver We hit Denver at about 4:30, so we figured if we keep going through Denver, we'll be out of Denver before people start leaving work and the roads get clogged up. We travelled probably hour and a half, maybe 2 hours past Denver, and stopped in a little town just down the way. And then we did the math and we figured we could probably be in Vegas around 5 o'clock the next day travelling. We got to Vegas about 4:30, and I just sort of said, people leave work at 5 o'clock in Los Angeles and drive to Vegas for a weekend. I figure we could be home this evening, and I can sleep in my own bed, because we'd had a number of days on the road not sleeping in our own bed. My wife said, yeah, I'm good with that. So we blew through Vegas, carried on going, and were home by 10 o'clock that evening in our own bed. Gas station. I might pull in there. Oh, is someone having a Happy New Year right now? Happy New Year. Yeah, I suppose that started already, hasn't it? There is a gas station up here. Ooh, come on, stop. Oh, that gas station's on the wrong side of the road by the looks of it, though. Looks like I stopped there before, though. Okay. Let's go. So, yeah, Happy New Year more, by nature. Get really messed up if you take the wrong turn here. Okay, I'm going in the out. Oh, this is tight. I believe this is quite a long trailer. Okay. Oh, from the Philippines. Thank you. Happy New Year to you. It's going to be another, 10 o'clock, 14 hours before we get to New Year's. Ow. Ow, ow, ow. Oops, damaged the trailer. That's not good. We have gasoline in the trailer. There's nobody behind me, so we're good to go. There's so few people on the roads today. Oh, we're staying on this road. Okay. Speed limit 24, 25, 30. Okay. Yeah, these trailers are quite long. I'm not sure this is as long as the... Well, yeah, that's about as long as the diesel trailer I was hauling earlier today. Easy. We're not there yet. Oh, we could be on a single highway all the way to the next town. Something about a pawn shop by the looks of it. Come on, change the speed limit already. There we go. Leaving Las Vegas. 70 miles an hour. Let's go. Well, we damaged the trailer, we didn't damage the cargo. Dude standing on the side of the road. Lovely. Guessing game time it must be summer, because 9 o'clock in the evening we're quite a fair way south, so it doesn't stay light until late. Or yeah, it doesn't stay. It gets darker earlier than it does in the northern climes. We've already had sunset, but it's not dark yet. Still got 400 miles. I guess, yeah, we did need to fill up with gas sometime, so Las Vegas is as good as place as any, although it's expensive to fill up gas in Las Vegas. Good grief. I think we had to do it when we drove through, and it's sort of, oh, so much more expensive than everywhere around it. I'm assuming city gas or county gas tax. Those were back in the days when gas was round about $1.20 a gallon. Oh, don't worry. Have a good New Year's. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for the subs. Take it easy here. Oh, Ely, that's where we're going. Or Eli. able to pay one of our loans too. Oh, more speed reduction. That would have been a better gas station to pull into. More room. Okay. Place in the middle of nowhere. Leaving someplace in the middle of nowhere. Okay. Overcooked that turn. Suppose the only difference with multiplayer versus solo is we'd have had to stop for sleep a couple of times so far. There's no sleeping in multiplayer. So we have unrealistic 60-hour drives everywhere. Still haven't reached the first of our site visits. What's this? Nothing important. Some people having, well, not for them, but for me, and what I would think as an early new year, because we're way off it yet, and giving out presents, so that's nice. Okay, 40 miles an hour. Whoa, shit the speed. More shedding of the speed. Oh, they actually wanted me to turn left through here. I don't know why that would be. Because this would appear to be the bypass. The better road to stay on. I think GPS in ATS does have some issues. I don't know whether they're fixed at one point where it pulls you off the highway down the off-ramp and then straight back on the on-ramp and up the other side rather than going across the bridge down in Arizona. couple of times I'd came off there, and then I got wise to it, and it's just sort of, yeah, I don't need to come off here because I'm still going straight. Okay, so that's one visit done. Beams on again. You can see at least a little bit, like the deer running in front of the truck. I think that's the big difference between ETS and ATS. ETS has so much more to explore. I think, but you know, partly that is because of the compact nature of Europe, where the cities aren't, you know, effectively horse riding distance apart. Whereas in America, you've got, you know, dozens of miles between major cities, or even minor cities. So there's lots of roads like this. You've got lots of small drive-through places that generally have great sort of roadside cafes. Some of our trips, yeah, you're just driving through somewhere that really doesn't make its mark on the map. But sort of, I'm hungry, I need to pull over and eat, and they have some awesome food, some of those places. But Europe, you're never far from anywhere. France was a single, what was it, DLC, and so was Italy. But the Balkan states, you've got 4 or 5 states there, different countries effectively. Well, 30 miles an hour, coming on Ely. Now, is this going to count as an Ely visit? Ely discovered. So I'm not going to take the circle. I'm going to stop at the lights, kill that waypoint. Hopefully. Don't see anybody else around, so we can get away with it, I hope. Squeak, stop, 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 stop. No, don't turn green now. World map. Delete the waypoint. And back to driving. Stay green lights. Ah, well, I can turn the left on right on red, so I will. I'm still breaking the speed limit. Slow down, dude. Now we can go fast. Okay, that's 2 more places locked off the need to visit list. Oh, train. Stop. As an American who's never been to Europe, I've driven through places in America as long and desolate in ATS. ATS makes me wonder if Europe has so much less empty space. Europe still has... I mean, Europe has empty space. It has wilderness areas, but they're not as expansive in general as America. You know, the national parks in America are huge. But also you've got to consider that most of Europe was developed when, you know, people walked or had horses. So, what the heck is going on here? Do I go? Okay, let's chance the load. And smash. No. Okay. Railroad junction is broken. I mean, you can find, you know, empty places around Europe. It's just, it's not, you know, as I said, you know, Europe grew up when horse travel was the way the slightly more wealthy people travelled. Merchants and nobility, and everybody else walked everywhere. So, you know, you had to have a market town within walking distance so that you could take your fruit, veg, cows, pigs, sheep, whatever you, whatever you produced, to market. And then when you got to market, the merchants would buy it and ship it between towns on wagon. So, you know, obviously everything is much more compact. You think of somewhere like New York, a lot of the eastern states in America are smaller. Stuff is generally closer together because, you know, America started when you were still reliant on horses and buggies. But as people pushed west, the distance between the towns and cities got bigger. You had train travel in its fledgling state, so, you know, you could travel a couple of hours on a train and be much further down the line than you would be a day on horseback. So, you know, you get to Los Angeles, or, you know, California in general, and you're talking miles. You know, a couple of hours drive between major cities in some cases. So it's kind of, America grew up with mechanized transport, or was at least growing as mechanized transport was being developed. Europe was already established by then. And so, yeah, a lot of the cities in Europe, you're talking very tight roads because, you know, the cities were built when people either walked or rode horses or horse and buggy, and you didn't need 3-lane highways through the middle of your city. And now that you've got motorized transport, you know, it doesn't fit well in some of the in some of the older cities. And where you used to be able to drive through most of London, they're turning more and more segments of it into pedestrianised areas because, you know, the roads aren't big enough to take the traffic that wants to use them, so you just have to keep the traffic out. because otherwise the city just grinds to a halt. People trying to go down roads that can't take the volume. I mean, ideally, if you want to travel within probably the central 20 miles around London, you're better to do it by train or bus, and not by private transport. I mean, I had back when I was a computer consultant, I had 3 interviews in London, and I was working outside of London at the time, and I ended up driving most of the way into London. I got about 15 miles from the centre of London, found a parking lot, abandoned the car, bought a ticket for the train, and actually did the whole thing by train, because it's quicker. Wow, bounce. Yeah, it's just quicker and easier to do. Whereas, driving around LA is bad, but in America, there really isn't any impediment to driving into the centre of a city, right to where you want to be. There's usually adequate parking anywhere you go, so you can drive a car through. You can drive a car around no trouble. Additionally, for the most part, travelling between major cities in Europe, it's just as easy to do it by train as it is by private vehicle. Because when train travel developed over there, there were many, many train companies, pretty much like there was in America. But their whole goal was to join the capital city up to as many other cities as they could to create a monopoly of transport in a segment of the country. Now, following the Second World War, typically, the national governments decided to nationalise the railroad, so they compulsorily purchased all of the private train lines. And in a fair few cases, they closed the less profitable lines down, which, the previous private companies kept the feeder lines open because it brought traffic to their mainline services, which is where they made the money. And what they didn't want is, you live in a little village out in the middle of nowhere. Well, I could go to this major city or this major city, pick one, and you could be travelling on a rival company if you went to the other major city. So they would prefer to have your village serviced by their local train service that didn't make them a profit, but brought you to the major city that had that was on their network. And so as I said, governments nationalised the trains after the Second World War, and generally what happened was they closed all these small feeder lines. So the small villages don't have the train services that they used to have. But you want to travel from a major city to another major city, you can do it by train, no trouble. And in general, is recommended. Actually, there was a friend of mine back in my early 20s. He said what he'd done after leaving school, he bought a 3-month travel pass for the railroads in Europe, and he basically travelled Europe by train, because you had unlimited train travel for the 3 months the ticket was good for. And him and his friend did it, and he was sort of, oh, what do you fancy doing tomorrow? I fancy a swim. Oh, they got lakes in sort of Slovakia. Okay, let's go up there. And they'd travel up to Slovakia and they'd swim in a lake. And then okay, what do you fancy doing tomorrow? I fancy a beer. let's go to Sweden. They travelled all over the place, Italy, Germany, Austria. And he said he got home and found out that if you got your ticket stamped with every place you visited and submitted the ticket back, they would they gave a prize to the people who travelled the furthest of the cost of the ticket. So effectively you had your entire summer trip for free, at least the travel portion of your trip. And he said they forgot to get their ticket stamped in Italy because they wanted some pizza, so they went to Italy. And they forgot to get the ticket stamped at the station they visited. And they said they lost that competition by somewhere in the region of 20 miles. And they said, yeah, the trip down to Italy was a good 50 miles each way. Yes, and I agree with you there. Mass transit in America does work in the old eastern cities, places like Chicago, places like New York, where you've got the subway systems. You go to Europe, pretty much everywhere has, all of the major cities have a subway system. And so, it's a great way to get about. America, you get over to Los Angeles, there isn't much of a mass transit system. San Francisco is a very small city. You've got the streetcars. I mean, it doesn't really lend itself way to a mass tube system or, subway system. But it does, road traffic, the old cable cars and now the modern trolley buses and such, they work well for San Francisco. But you go down to Los Angeles and it really doesn't lend itself well to a compact mass transit system because the city's so big and sprawling. And where they have tried mass transit, it's not convenient. And that's the whole point with the mass transit system, is to get the passengers, it needs to be convenient. You don't want people, well, I can get halfway to where I want to go, but then I'm stuck. And, I've got to find some other way to travel. And, when you boil life down, people like convenience. So if I can get on a train on my doorstep and travel to the doorstep of where I want to go, then I'm just as likely to use a train as I am a private car, especially if, excuse me, I need to pay attention here, especially if traffic could be bad. I guess we're delivering here. Gas station. Over there, I guess. Yes. Oh, I see. Let's turn those on again. This is going to be interesting. I think I'm going up the curb just to get this clearance. Yes, and I think that, the thing is with San Francisco is it's because it's not a sprawling city. The geography doesn't allow it to be. And because it's such a small city with so many people in it, you kind of end up with, it needs a mass transit system because private transport just doesn't work to any great effect. But you try that in Dallas and it really doesn't work that well, because the city is, it's too massive, and to try and insert a mass transit system into a massive city after the what am I trying to say? The word escapes me. But you try. If you're establishing mass transit while a city is growing, that's one thing. If you're trying to establish a mass transit system after the city is developed, it's a lot more difficult. And that's where it seems a lot of once you get the automobile, private transport, a lot of cities got developed as people are driving cars now. Why do they need mass transit? And the problem we now have is more people are driving cars. Your cities are getting bigger, and the city government is coming to realise, well, heck, we kind of do need mass transit now, because there's just too many people want to travel around inside the city. And it's somewhere where the ancient cities or the older cities have the an advantage, because they are they developed mass transit before people started driving, or the city is in a confined area. Sorry, that's one of my pet topics, is actually pre-nationalised railway companies, at least one of them in the UK. So I hated history at school. Our history teacher wasn't great as a teacher. However, since I left school, you tend to select what interests you, and so you get interested in whatever. And if that interest captures your imagination, you will study it more after you leave school and learn stuff you'd never have learnt at school. Okay, that should be another level. Hazard class 3. Oh yeah. Ding. Okay, last hazmat. Yeah, let's go for that. What are we learning this time? Corrosive substances. Oh, good. How to dissolve people's skins. That's always good for a laugh. How to dispose of dead bodies, huh? Okay, what have we got here? A turbo cooler. Cool. I don't have my own trailer at this point, but we might have stuff for the trucks. Hub cover. Chassis long 3x4, that's what I've been waiting for, and I think that's probably a 6-speed transmission, so probably not doing that. Let's check the map, zoom out. So Tonopah, or however it's pronounced, is the only place in in Nevada we still need to do. We have 4 places in California. If there's something going there, I'll do it. Otherwise, I'll look for a interesting load. So, jackpot, blah, 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 Christmas stuff. Now it's giving me Christmas stuff. Been there. What's that? Gravel. Sand in a double. Reservoir tanks. Reno, Burns, Ontario, Sacramento, Reading, Stockton, you, Oregon. Getting up to Oregon now. No. Oh, what's that? Empty pallets. Yeah, boring. Christmas chocolates. Portland, Oregon. Well, we kind of want to end up in Portland, but what's there? Reading. We could do Reading. Let's see what's going to Reading. So I'm pretty sure I saw something going to Reading. No. Maybe I didn't. Yes. Cheese. Empty pallets. Or Stockton. No. Cheese. Okay, we'll do cheese. Not interesting, but it's a trip. Yes, and that, yeah, that's what it boils down. I mean, like, even back when London was being developed, it was a tricky thing because okay, there's a dude over there. What's he doing? Oh, gassing up. Okay, nobody else here. They built the deep tube lines, which basically involved men cutting through rock deep under, a mile under London. And that was nasty work back in sort of Victorian times. And some of the deep tubes, they started finding skeletons. Stop digging. And people would do some research and sort of, that's a plague pit from back in, sort of, was it 1266 or whenever the Great Plague hit London. We probably don't want to be digging the remains up there, so they would have to reroute the underground. This is multiplay. And the surface lines, what they did, or the subsurface lines, what they ended up doing was what they called cut and cover, I believe, which was basically you dig up a street, you lay some track about 20 feet below the street level, and then you put the street back on top of it. So it's it's a very shallow tube system in some places. But it takes the road out of action. But if you're doing it in 1900s, there's not cars and buses and trucks using that street like there is today. So that's how they got away with it. To establish a mass transit subway, you either have to do what they've done in New York and Chicago, which is to elevate it above the road level, or you have to dig deep so that you don't interfere with the day-to-day running of the city that you have today. You can't do a shallow tube system easily because the buildings have deep foundations. You can't be digging up a road to have I thought of getting a wing for my truck? What, a thing on the front first? Something for the top? I don't have access to that yet. I believe there's another level of cab I can get for this truck later. But at the moment, this is the style I'm limited to, or a low roof model. Still working my way up. I think the only thing I can get that is a bigger I could get a bigger bar on the front, but I kind of like that one. The bigger one is a little bit more fancy, but doesn't give me any access to pretty lights. And I could get a stone guard for the front of the nose. Pretty much everything else is completely done. And the last thing I qualified for was the 6x4 long 300 gallon chassis, which I'd like to do. It give me 50 more gallons, although it'll probably make the truck a bit more unwieldy, because I presume it's a little, that makes it a bit longer. And I am keeping the putrid green colour, because why not? To go for the next one. 400 miles. We've got maybe about 700 in the tank, so we're good to drive. I've been driving around town with the brights on. Yeah, it kind of does. I've just got the smallest sort of frame on the front. On the European trucks, you buy one of those frames and you can mount all sorts of pretty lights on it. So, playing ATS, I drive a Scania, and that has a freaking Christmas tree on the front. Including some strobes, because I just leveled up that multiplayer profile so that I'm eligible to run beacons on the roof. But up until that point, I was running strobes on the front for when I was hauling heavy loads. Okay, 8 hours. That's about 20-minute drive, real time. I will probably get on my way and then take a quick 5-minute break to fill my cup up with water again. Have a quick snack. No, not in-game. American cab overs. I believe there's a couple of mod cab overs you can get. I don't know that you can play mods on the multiplayer server. I think you're limited to what's in game. But you have, I can't even remember what you have available. The Volvo was added within the last year, I believe, round about fall. And I believe SCS developed it with the help of Volvo, and it was provided as a free DLC content, which was nice of them. Yes, I have a G29 wheel and pedals. And I also have the Sightseeing side panel for Farm Sim. I bought the combo side panel and wheel, but I had the wheel running for about a week and it broke. And I called the Sightseeing people, customer support people up, and they said, yeah, make a video of what your problem is. So I did. It was a completely reproducible problem. And sent that off to them, and they sent me a replacement wheel and side panel, and the replacement wheel broke in exactly the same way inside of a week. So I said, well, to heck with that. I'm not going to bother with customer support again, because chances are they're going to send me another wheel. I'm going to have to wait 3 weeks to receive it, and then it's going to break inside a week. So I've got no problems with the side panel, but I'll go out and buy a decent wheel. So hence the G29. And you can probably hear that rumbling in the background, because unfortunately I need to have the microphone somewhere in front of me and the wheel somewhere in front of me, so sound kind of leaks through. Am I coming off here? No, still going. But while the side panel's useful for farm sim work, automatically configures for Farm Sim 17. Farm Sim 19 had a little bit of a problem with it. I have found it useful to configure for things like attached trailer and the button you push to refuel. My cruise control buttons are all on the side panel, and so's the gear shift. Peterbilt Kenworth, yeah, they were originally. I don't know that Mac. Oops, I'm all over the place because I'm reading and texting. Yeah, I need to figure out something for my mic, and I can do that. I did buy a really expensive mic because the headset mic wasn't particularly good quality. Unfortunately, the desk I'm on at the moment, I'm considering sort of temporary accommodation. Over the coming year, we are planning to renovate. We're in a large 21 by 21 foot room over the garage, and it's currently full of junk, and the computers are sort of grouped in the 10 foot by 10 foot area closest to the door. Well, we plan to move a lot of the junk around, build some cabinetry to put stuff away in, and then relocate the computers into a more permanent home with a built-in desk. When we get round to that, I'll be able to I'll get a monitor stand so I can have 2 monitors above the desk level, so it gives me more desk area, and I'll have a stand for the mic as well. But yeah, it's lots of stuff needs to happen and not enough time to do it, type of thing. Another dude standing on the side of the road. Yeah, okay, so for wheels and pedals, I would avoid the old Cytec wheel, farm sim wheel. In theory, it's a great wheel, and for the 12 days I got to use one, it worked really well with farm sim. It's got 2 joysticks, thumb sticks with a push button option as well. So it was very functional. The problem was it was very poorly made, and as I said, I didn't get more than 6 days out of either of them before they broke. And so, very bad workmanship. Having said that, as far as I am aware now, Logitech are producing that wheel and panel, and they're all badged Logitech. I don't know if the workmanship is better. I would hope it is. But since I've got a nice wheel that costs nigh on about $300, I don't need a cheap and cheerful one. But I would avoid. I would approach the Logitech branded one with trepidation, having been bitten twice by a Sightseeing wheel. Which is a shame, because back in my youth, Sightseeing produced some fairly good kit, but they went seriously downhill. Thrustmaster is good, and the Logitech wheels are good. Also consider what you want to do with it. If you're going to be driving Formula One cars or rallycross or something like that, you want a good wheel, because you're going to be abusing it. If you're going to be doing ETS, ATS, farm sim, driving Miss Daisy, whatever, then a cheaper wheel is probably something you can get away with. Yeah, the G27, that's the older wheel, and that's the one Arthur Chapman uses, and he likes that wheel. The G29 is the newer version, and I think the G920 is the Xbox version of the G29. As I said, I like the G29, and you can find it for as little as $150 when they're on sale. Coming up to the new year, possible that Amazon may sell it cheap over the new year, but I can't guarantee that. It's really a hit or miss thing. I think I bought mine for full price. No, I bought mine just after they slashed $50 off the price, which made me happy. And then a couple of months later, there was a sale, and they were half price. But frankly, I was getting used to driving vehicles. You need a steering wheel. Flying aeroplanes, you need a joystick. Flying spaceships, you need a joystick. It's sort of something that my generation, that sort of thing falls naturally. I could not drive a tractor with a joystick to save my life, so it's sort of no, steering wheel is natural for driving a wheeled vehicle. I needed a steering wheel, and so I went the cheap route and eventually ended up on the expensive route, but this should last me a few years easily, because I'm not abusing it with racing games and what have you. Yeah, now I've got an old Logitech. Whoops. Excuse me while I drive off the road because I'm not paying attention. I can't remember what it is. LS Pro or something like that. It's not a force feedback joystick, so it's quite. That's the thing. I mean, I've noticed steering wheels with force feedback tend to add quite a bit to the price. So if you can find a simple, steering wheel, then you will probably save a fair bit of money. That was the advantage I thought with the Sightseeing, was with it didn't have force feedback, and when you're driving a tractor you don't really need it. When you're driving a truck it's kind of okay, but not necessary. And same with my joysticks. My joysticks are not force feedback. Cost me, I'm guessing, probably about $120 at the time, and it does the job I need it to do. Not that I play many flight sims these days, but actually the truck, oh, why am I only doing 55? That's actually a good question. In multiplayer, when you're hauling a external contract, you are limited to 65. hadn't noticed I was only doing 55 because I'm not paying attention because I'm reading text. Where are we going? Oh, where are we going? Up here. Okay. I just have given cruise control permission to go faster, so we should start picking up speed now. At least I think I did. Yeah. There we go. Yeah. So yeah, let's drive at 65 because that's how fast I'm allowed to travel. I think if I took freight market contracts, I could drive faster. Okay, yeah, I'll take a look at it. Yeah, the problem with the desk I'm on at the moment, it doesn't take to clamping stuff to the back of it that well. I used to have a desk light that clamped to the back of the desk, and the desk light is now broken. Planning when we do our built-in desk, we're planning on a. I'm going to slow down a bit because this is crazy. Yeah, when we build in the desk, it's going to be far more sturdy and better able to support sort of attached equipment. Since we'll be making the desk, we'll be able to tailor it to things like monitor stands and microphone stands and stuff like that. And I'll be a happy bunny. And there'll be far more room on the desk to put stuff, because at the moment I'm kind of cramped up in the middle. So I have my work computer and my gaming computer and the steering wheel and a joystick somewhere and a microphone and 2 monitors, one for each computer. I would really like to have 2 monitors on both of them, but I don't have the space. I have to take the steering wheel off when I want to work. Well, this time of year is a good time to buy ATS or DLCs, should I say. When we started doing the weekly ATS stream, multiplayer stream, we decided to start it in Portland because Oregon was the new DLC, so I bought that full price, but I also had missed out on buying was it New Mexico, so I waited until the Steam sale came along and then I bought that when that started just before Christmas. It's not really a game I've gotten into, Mudrunner. Spend so much time playing Farm Sim and streaming Farm Sim that I don't, sort of fitting in other games. There's games out there that I have not finished yet. One of the games I'm playing offline is Subnautica, which I probably started about March last year. And I got down to the lava zone, and the PC I had at the time just could not cope. The game became completely unplayable because it couldn't do the refresh rates or everything else. So I just said, okay, fine, I need to put this game away because I can't play it now. And then since I got this new gaming rig back in September, sort of, yeah, this PC can run pretty much anything out there at full resolution that you can get at the moment. So I decided to go back to playing Subnautica, and I had to start from scratch because new PC and the save files didn't save to save files didn't save to Steam, so I couldn't download them. I got lucky with ATS that I think it was the week before we, or a couple of weeks before we decided we'd do multiplayer trucking streaming on Thursdays. ETS and ATS put in a mod that you could save your profiles to Steam. And so I was able to recover this profile because I'd lost it on the old PC. It went boom quite unfortunately. It became completely unusable, so it got retired. And I can turn it on and wait for 10 minutes for it to boot up. So I did that, started ATS, said save the profile to Steam, and it did, and then I started this PC up and logged into Steam and said, yay, I've got my profile. Otherwise I'd have had to start a new multiplayer profile for ETS2. So I never played, no, I'd have had to start a new profile for ATS. The only system I played ATS on, or multiplayer on, was ATS. I never bothered with ETS because didn't really have a good experience playing ATS multiplayer initially. It was back in the days when kiddies played, and their fun was to just spend their time driving the wrong way down the street and ramming other truckers. And they seem to have got bored and gone off to play something else, and also I believe the admins have got a little more strict on people's driving habits and will ban you from the server if you play like an idiot. So it's a better experience for people who just want to play trucking with their friends. Yeah, power supplies are usually the first things to go out because you're running more than you're supposed to on them. The problem why it was back probably about 3 or 4 PCs ago that my wife had. We decided to upgrade the graphics because it was struggling, and we put a new graphics card in. Then about 6-9 months later, the whole computer started packing up. The graphics would hang, and we took the PC into a dude to have a look at it, and he said, yeah, your power supply unit is completely underrated for what you're running, especially the graphics card you've added to this system, and you need to replace the power supply unit. And because of the age of the computer, the motherboard, the processor and everything else, and we just said, well, it's probably going to be cheaper to just replace the entire thing. So we bought a new computer, which was a shame because that was a really nice graphics card that we paid for. But, and that's one thing I know about the PCs we have right now. They are running close to the edge on power supply versus graphics, processor, memory, hard drives, everything else. We're, I could not add a second graphics card. I could not add any more hard drives without upgrading the power supply unit. I could replace what I have, but I can't add more, so I have to be careful. But that's a cost-saving measure to get a very powerful base PC. Yeah. Get the best you can for the least you can, and I can always buy a new power supply unit if I want more stuff in the computer later. Hello, tractor. Oh, lightning strikes are fun, yes. Oh, now I got my PC from Digital Storm, and I believe they have a power supply estimator that is basically digitalstorm.com, and then root around their site for a bit. And it's basically a power supply estimator. You put in what processor you want, what motherboard you want, you know, hard drives, SSDs, everything else, and it'll tell you the power requirement. There are probably other computer manufacturers who would have a similar option. I wouldn't be surprised if Newegg has a power supply estimator as well, since they provide computer parts. But basically what you're looking for is just something that you can say, okay, this is the processor I want, this is how much memory, this is X, this is Y, graphics. Tell me what I can run. That's handy. I have this habit of turn signaling early. Too late. I'm going. Okay, so I want to go in there. Where is there? That's, oh, this place. I want to go all the way round and out, back out the other side. Okay. I'm hoping I can go all the way round. It'd be very bad if I can't. It's very bad I can't. Oh, darn. Don't do that. I wanted to keep turning. There we go. Problem is I can't see the other side of that trailer. Enough. Trailer's a little off true, so we're going to get not enough of a turn, but close enough. Okay. Ow. Curb with the truck. Okay. I think I'm probably about to hit the wall with the truck. Yeah. No, actually we're looking good. So I might hit those crates over there though. You have to pull forward. Okay. Because everyone wants to watch a wreck happen. Okay. Let's try this again. I still want to move it over about 5 feet. Yeah, I want to move it over about 5 feet. Dong. There we go. Okay, what happened? Missed the button. Ding ding. Achievement. I think I like it. I have no idea what that is, but hey, we achieved something. Okay, I am going to drive this into the whatever it is next door. Oh, trailer's still there. Awesome. Yeah, just down the way there is a question mark, so we'll pull in there. I need to go and fill my cup up and find something to eat. Turn the hazards off and reposition the camera. And we have found a recruitment agency. That's awesome. Hi, recruitment agency. I don't need anyone right now, but I'll just park my truck here if you don't mind. Let's off engine off. Put it in neutral, parking gear. Okay, be back in a second. I need a snack. Oh. Okay, I'm back. Lights. Parking brakes on. We'll move the truck a little bit so that we don't get booted off the server. So yeah, sorry, I've been going 6 hours without a break, so handful of nuts and refill the cup with water. Now we need a job. Didn't realise it was 11 o'clock already. Oh. Okay, what we got available? Reading, Sacramento. They're all heading south. I want to head north. That looks boring. That looks a bit more interesting, but they're heading south. Christmas cookies, sugar. Big giant thing to Santa Maria. How's that? That's a long way. I ain't going that far south. Oh, there we go. And it's directly in the direction I want to go. So, milling machine to Portland, Oregon. We'll do that. Yeah, I have a heavy truck. Carbo go. Blah 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 blah. I need fuel. Oh yes, I need fuel. Okay, where's the gas station? Ah, just down the road. This is awesome. So, who's out there? Yes, my backing up could use a little work, but I'm not a professional truck driver. I'm a computer programmer. I just drive fake trucks for fun. So we're taking big ass machinery up to Portland, which is where I was ending to, aiming to finish the stream, which is good because it's 11 o'clock. And if we don't get started soon, we'll never finish our shopping trip before 7 o'clock tonight. Yeah, the biggest thing I've driven is a 24-foot U-Haul truck with a car trailer on the back. Still nobody out here. It's a very quiet day on the server. We're turning left here. Oh, that's right. I am eligible to fit a 300-gallon tank to this thing. I think this is my stop. guessing it's around the back. There it is. Big piece of machinery. Oh yeah. Well, where are we? We're in California, I believe. Are we in California? Oh yeah, we're deep in California. From what I remember of being in California, it's expensive. Let's put the flashy lights on. Check the back of the truck. And no blinky lights on the back. Oh well. You want me to go out this way? It looks like there's an exit. That's probably easier than going back the way we came in. Okay, let's get rolling. Now I need to turn right coming out of here. Looks like a policeman over there. Well, that was easier than the last one to get out. Yeah, that's something I've not been able to figure out, is why diesel is so much more expensive in America than gas. If you go to Europe, I mean, diesel is... Oh! Yes, cleared the traffic signal. Diesel is sort of the last thing you get out of crude oil. So it's kind of the easiest thing to remove from, it's the easiest thing to get. Taxes are generally lower for diesel in Europe because, oh crud. Let's pay attention to the length of this load. Because you use diesel for everything. Commercial. So typically, for a gallon of diesel, you're paying 40 cents less than for a gallon of gasoline. It may have changed in the last 20 years. I haven't lived there for a long time. Okay, what did we do? We damaged the trailer, we didn't damage the load. Ooh, the truck's a bit damaged too. £96,000. Okay. Yes. Because in Europe, they started adding tax or heavier tax to diesel because people started driving diesel cars because it was more efficient. You know, you can either get a car that does 25 miles to the gallon gasoline, or you can get the same car that does 40 miles to the gallon, 35 to 40 miles a gallon on diesel. And once people started figuring this out and considering the cost of a gallon of gas, at least in the UK, you're talking about $8, American equivalent. You know, hey, if I can drive a diesel car and get 40% better mileage, then I'll do it. And you know, I drove a motorbike for years, then ended up in an accident and had to start driving a car. I got a diesel car so I was getting 45 miles to the gallon out of my car. And I was doing about 20,000 miles a year. So really gasoline would not have been an efficient option. So, you know, the government's actually raised tax on diesel because so many people were driving cars with it, or that used it, and that has an adverse effect on commerce because trains use diesel and trucks use diesel, and the problem is the government tends to tax the refinery, and that the refinery, you don't know where the diesel's going. You don't know that it's going to be used on a train, or whether it's going to be used on a bus, or whether it's going to be used in a car or a truck. So you're paying the governmental tax on every gallon of diesel you produce. And then obviously the trucking companies have to pay more because it costs more to fill up their tanks with diesel. And you know, so this, you know, stuff gets more expensive in the stores. But it's, you know, supposedly discourages people from using diesel vehicles. But even adding that tax to diesel, when you take the underlying cost of the diesel fuel and the gasoline, diesel is cheaper to produce. You know, as far as the refinery is concerned, diesel's cheap, comparatively speaking. And so if you're finding diesel is more expensive at the pump, that means that the government is adding more tax to the diesel than they are to the gasoline. But the bottom line is, in America, it's not more efficient for me to use a diesel car than it is to use a gasoline car. So I drive a gasoline car. Because with the gasoline you get the performance bonus. You know, you get a performance bonus that you lose on the diesel. You get higher torque, but you don't get as good acceleration. Oh, did I need to come off here to tag this place? Yes. That's annoying. I need to visit here, but I have to come off at that exit. Driving past doesn't count. The sun's coming up. Yay. Oh, shit. Okay, stop reading text at 55 miles an hour. Please pull in for a vehicle inspection. Of course, why not? Ooh. 2 inspection areas. That's nice. That button there. There's a lot of things that aren't the same as they used to be. I mean, selling cars is also very tight margin these days. Oops. Let's try not to hit anything on the way out. We didn't damage the load, we just damaged the trailer, so that's fine. Well, not fine, but scratch the paintwork as opposed to break the big thing on the back. Yeah, I'm not sure that it's legal to watch streams while you're driving a truck. And a lot of things is what, you know, can be colloquially called in some cases the sin tax, where the government is taxing something because they don't want you to use it, like tobacco, alcohol, and to a certain extent gasoline. They'd prefer if you didn't use it because it's bad for the environment and bad for your health or whatever. And yeah, so by raising taxes on cigarettes, it gets to a certain point where some people are just going to say, I'm not paying $5 for a packet of 20, I'm not going to pay $7 for a packet of 20, I'm sure as heck not going to pay $10 for a packet of 20, and people quit, which is what the government's trying to do in those cases. The problem is the government, taxes are almost like cocaine. The government needs the money. And as people give up smoking, it's sort of, where are we going to get the money from to cover that? And California's had the same problem with ramping up taxes on gasoline and diesel, or petroleum products, and people are turning to electric cars. They're getting to the point where so many people are driving electric cars that they need to find some way of raising revenue off the electric car drivers, because they're not paying their fair share of road use. Although electric cars tend to be lighter than most other vehicles, in which case don't damage the road quite as much, which is technically what you're paying for, although this day and age, not so much. Government just wants your money because they have a lot of expensive things that they want to do with your money. Not necessarily that you want them to do with your money. And we've got a nice sunrise behind us. A shame we're not driving that way. We'd be able to see, take a better look at it. Oh, Coos Bay. I went down there earlier. Oh, I took a huge load down to Coos Bay, and I had to basically pull into a narrow gate with this 75-foot trailer. That was interesting. the moment, I think I'll let you guys talk it out while I concentrate on driving, because this is a tough load. And oops. Okay. Oh, I don't get a slow vehicle lane. Come on. Find a lot of people everywhere drive like complete idiots. Ugh. And that's usually because their life and journey is more important than the lives of everybody else around them. And people don't see, you know, there aren't enough police to enforce the laws to ensure that people don't break the rules. I mean, I don't see speeding as a bigger problem as stupid driving. Driving while texting, driving while watching movies on a DVD player, whatever. That stuff gets people killed. But even back when I was caught speeding, had to go to traffic school back in California because I was doing 45 in a 40-mile-an-hour limit with an advisory 35 through a bend. And the thing was I'd accelerated from a side turn. Someone was coming, so I just floored it. Hit 45 and then was letting the car drop back to 40, but the cop saw me at 45. Just up ahead there was a tight bend with an advisory of 35, which technically isn't breaking the speed limit because it's an advisory. It's just if you screw up, the insurance company can say you were driving stupid. So I went to traffic school, and there was one of the girls there. She was 22, 23, and during lunch break, the instructor had sort of said, "So, he was asking, you don't have to tell us, but why were you here?" And she said, "Oh, I was speeding on the highway." You can bypass the waste. That's good. And she said, I was speeding on the highway. So he said, "Oh, so how do you feel about that?" She said, "Well, I've done it since I passed my test. I was bound to get caught sooner or later," and that's the attitude of a lot of people these days. My chances of getting caught and having to pay a fine are so small. There's no incentive to consider everybody else's safety. I mean, for the most part, I tend to drive quite sensibly, but if I have a passenger who lives in a large city like London, they think I drive quite passively. But I went out to the countryside and visited some friends, and let's go out for a meal. And I was driving, and they're like, "Good grief, guy, you're driving up the guy in front's exhaust pipe." I'm a good car length behind him, but out in the countryside you drive 3-4 car lengths separation between vehicles because there's not that many vehicles out there. So it's kind of funny. Different people have different impressions of how you drive based on their most common driving experiences. If you drive in Los Angeles, then you're used to sitting on a highway at 0 miles an hour for 3 hours a day. If you drive in Texas, it's a different experience. If you drive in Dallas, it's a different experience to if you drive 30 miles north of Dallas. So you drive how you're comfortable and try not to make everybody else uncomfortable with your driving habits. Stay off the damn phone. More preaching, sorry. Okay. I guess we must be in Portland because the speed limit's above 55. I keep drifting that trailer across the line. Why are we doing 63? Oh, okay. The speed limit dropped to 55. Maybe it's a good speed to take. There aren't any other cars because I'm playing multiplayer server, and the only other traffic on the roads is other players. Oh, yeah. Getting close, less than 3 hours, so about 7 minutes drive time. Miles in 3 days. Quit drifting. It's a lot easier to do these sorts of loads with Europe because the trailers have steerable axles. So the back end of the trailer doesn't drift quite as far out. Engine's struggling. How are we doing? Doing okay with diesel. Speed limit change again. So for the newest DLC, I've actually finished Oregon. Just finished Arizona earlier today. I've got one place to go in Nevada, 4 in California, and pretty much the entirety of New Mexico still to explore. But I need to be in Oregon, Portland for Thursday's multiplayer stream. And now is as good a time as any to make it to that point. Ooh, drifting. Careful. 3-lane highway, we can move over. And push it back up to 60 for half a mile, maybe. Ooh, cable car. Never noticed that. This looks like the big bridge. Oh, we're going to have a problem going up this hill. Oh. Well, yeah. But it was something a little bit more interesting than used pallets. It's all complicated again. Looks like we're pretty straight, so we're good. There's a lot of money in pallets. I'm a computer programmer, but I work for a steel processor, and kind of scary how much it costs to strap a couple of pieces of wood to the bottom of a piece of steel to stop it flapping around. Recovering the costs of those is kind of important at times, because it's not an insignificant portion of our business. We are not coming off here. There's some customers we give a break because they will ship the pallets back to us because effectively they're our supplier, but we also supply them. So the pallets are going two ways, so it's kind of a break even. But most of our customers will charge for the pallets because it costs us money. Okay, looks like I need to be over 2 lanes. How far are we out? 28 miles, 27 miles. They started doing this sort of, or they 20 years ago they started doing this sort of thing in London, where you have a light rail running down the middle of a highway, because you've got that median, and light rail's not very wide, so it's kind of a easy way of inserting mass transit into an area that's already developed. Over a train and slam the brakes on, and now, as I said, not a professional trucker, but I am guessing there is brake assist on that trailer that's not normally available on some of the box trailers. Fortunately, no one turning left there. Okay. Okay, where are we turning up here? My turn? Yay. Oh wow, another player. Oh. I missed the turn. Yeah, I will do. The trailer's still out wide, so that's not a big deal. Okay. hopefully no train comes while we're getting across here. Oh, and there's a dude on the inside of me. Oh. Thanks. How close is that? Yeah, he's through. Okay, we're clear. Oh, easy parking. That's nice. Maybe. Hi dude, got you a big giant thing. There we go. Okay, let's unhitch that. Yeah, I've got this game set up to automatic delivery and random parking location, but as far as the super heavy loads are concerned, they're always a straight in drive. Although my last one wasn't so straight in because the entrance was so tight you couldn't get the trailer straight before you entered the parking lot. So I'm gonna scroll back a little way on the chat and see where we got up to. Weren't there other cars? I know it's an ugly green, but I'm keeping it. We can repay one of those too. I can't repay the other one, that's fine. I think, what's it? My Scania in ATS 2 is a metallic yellow that's kind of off green as well. But I started out with a flat yellow. I haven't gone to metallic on this truck. So, we are here. Where's the nearest service bay? Come on. Give me a click. There we go. There's gas down there. Oh, service is over there. I'm not doing that right now. There's another one over there. Exactly. But anyway, so I'm going to close that off. We've done 42.5% of the roads in the US. I am going to call it a day for now. I have to get ready to go shopping, and it's midday. And we need to get our shopping in before 7 o'clock this evening when I'm due to do World of Warships. So I'm going to wish you all a good day, a happy new year, and have a good time this evening if you haven't reached the New Year's celebration yet. I'm going shopping. I'll be back this evening about 7 o'clock Eastern time for some World of Warships, and I'm not sure how long I'll stream that for. But anyway, thanks for watching, and I'll catch you later. This is Osei signing out.